Good morning. Would you still enter if Netflix and indices look like they're going to sell off? Possibly. Um, Netflix's price tends to be a bit insulated. However, I do not like that it is currently not above 70. So I am going to wait a minute before I do anything rash. $70 is a big support, and losing that is kind of important. Oh, look, a ridiculous $7 candle. Excellent. GME shareholder thingy today. At some point. I posted the information. I mean, GME hasn't changed much. I went over it yesterday, and I posted the data on the Discord this morning. I mean, what matters most on GME is getting over 30. If it doesn't, it's not really going to go anywhere except down. 28 and 25 are still supportive. I'm getting it turned on, Jay. There we go. Should play another game of how low can VIX go today. We'll see. Decent spike over the weekend. I mean, volatility's kind of picking up some demand. Let's see, I like that. Risky, but I do like it. What the fuck is that? That's weird. Options. Let's sell the 90.95. Open the 60.70. Seven. doesn't make any sense. Gonna fall back down again. Oh, God damn it. Discord is muted. No, I just haven't said anything. Weird opening on SPX. Yeah, I guess. I mean, the EU wage data this morning wasn't particularly great. I mean, great for European laborers. Not so great for the European economy. Also, the 12-month German bond auction came in the pretty low yield, which widens the spreads a bit more. Do you know what the massive dump on GoEV on Friday was? No, I have no idea. How are allergies? Still terrible. Yeah, this year's rough. There is a lot of weakness around. Why is it doing that? A little support at 20 and 25 here. I don't think that's going to be enough to push us up anywhere, but it is a little bit of support. How stonk do? Which do you have a particular stonk in mind? Things still look a little bullish. Delta's just positive with the bounce on 25. Should be in a moderately okay position here. Looks like I'm missing something here. What the hell is going on? So I'm gonna sell the. Yep, that's right. Is it confused? So I don't know what that is. Hmm. Jimmy Field 2920. So it's double bottom on 665. Alright, why is that not working? That's on three companies being 25% of the S&P 500, and it's not a good thing, right? Especially given that breadth is not picking up. The yen could drop a lot between now and the next BOJ announcement. Yeah, it could. It already kind of is. It has not reacted well to the climb in dollar over the last few days. The stockiest of them all, URI. I've never played RuneScape, although my little brother used to play. Seems like good end phase FSLR put entry. It's not great. Both have quite a lot of support. End phase is probably better. End phase is probably significantly better. But it looks like it got support on the trend, where it does in fact have support. And a bounce here could be bullish. I think the sell-off of the last few days on both has been largely affected by what's going on in the EU. AVGO ripped. Yeah, it's been doing that. That's its new thing. Also, it's supposed to be splitting. Let's see. So 18. It can technically still rip a little bit higher. How it has support up here, I have no idea. Thoughts on Costco? I want to short it, but not yet. Yeah, not yet. I'm waiting for better indications that the consumer is pulling back. Jeebus, that's a lot of hot dogs. Yeah, Costco's price is a bit out of control. It's okay. It's only like a 52p. Hmm. So GME's recovering a little bit. Some arb resolving. Finding support on VWAP. SPX failing. Negative on Delta now? We are. Interesting. This is a bit weird. I'm guessing that the short position is... Huh. Charm's a little bit supportive here. Still sold calls at 250, 350, and 4. Holy fuck, there's so many sold puts at $2. 12,000. They're selling calls at $2 too now, though. So puts at 250 and 3, but not in as large a quantity. There's a metric fuck ton of puts out at $6. Huh. Like 20,000 puts and calls at $6. That's weird. So we're just short strangled. $3, $2. Looks like the downside on GoEV is pretty well protected at $1.50. $1.50 is a little weak though. However, short puts are picking up there as well. I wonder what the yield on those is right now. Mm, 30 DTE, 14 cents. It's almost 10%. $9.3%. That's not terrible. The $2 is gonna definitely pick up some interest. 0.45. 22.5% on the $2 CSP for 30 DTE. Huh. Risky, but you get it for 20 cents below spot. Even the vertical is not that bad. For 50 cents a risk, so 50% return on the bull put spread. At $2 and $1.50. I feel like that's not being sold nearly enough. Volatility is still picking up. It'd be very interesting if we get a drop in the early part of this week. We shouldn't. We should be fairly well protected on the downside, but maybe futures doesn't agree. What was interesting this morning is that the sellers came in awfully early, like even before the EU data and the German auction. And US yields are turning back around. So all the European investors that fucking piled in into the end of the day Friday into UST are getting fucking dumped on right now. The 5 and 10 year are both up like 6 BPS. Is GoEV getting crimed? No. I mean, it's got a lot of volatility shorting, which is understandable. I mean, the like out of the money calls were like I think they were like 300% IV on the last bump. So, it's pretty sensitive to picking up volatility. But the free float has gotten rather small. I think it's, six. Well, now it's like 61 million shares, but 15 million of those are being held, right? Or whatever. It was like 15 million divided by what was it, 230? So like 6.5 million shares. No, I haven't entered Netflix. I haven't entered Netflix yet. I don't like that it's below support at 670. So I'm waiting. I'm not sure if that's the right choice, but I guess I could move down my strike, which would move my break even to 72. Mm. Huh. I might as well just wait for it to move back above 70. I don't think that changes much. And then it'd have the support, which I think is preferable. The reason is not that I don't think it can break 70, it's that people are going to sell calls at 70 now that it has slipped below 70. If enough calls are sold at 670, that will be bearish. What the fuck? Why would that move in 10-cent increments? That's retarded. All right. Do you have Greeks for Tesla? I do. Tesla's doing bear things, or it was. Back above gamma neutral now. Might get a bounce in anticipation of retail sales. Let's see. Gamma neutrals at 179, delta neutrals at 172. A break to the upside of 185 would be pretty bullish, but it's hasn't gotten there yet. Delta's been falling off the chain. Gamma was negative on Friday, but now it's probably back to positive. Some of this just might be that Friday closed with a bit of negative charm, and it's just bouncing back on that. I'd be careful taking an entry on the long side unless it broke back above 185, because this could fail. Like it's back above gamma neutral, but there's not enough gamma for it to be very supportive. SPX about to drop. I just broke lower support, or do we rip like every other time that's happened the last 2 weeks? I would say we're probably range bound. Like I said last night, if we open below 35, there's a very good chance we just get stuck between like 20 and 35 all day. What about GME? I can't wait till Jimmy's $4 again, so we don't have to hear about it. I've got a 3-month call on a stock, but I expect some downside in the shorter term. Does it make sense to hedge this with a shorter dated put? You could also, that depends on how you're positioned on the long side. Are you in the money? Do you have like an in the money call and you expect some short term downside? Because in that case, you could just sell, you could just turn your, in the money call into like a calendar spread. You could sell the out of the money call against it. Um, you could get a protective put, although that would be a bit odd. If you're out of the money and you expect some downside, it sounds like you should probably just cut your call and then re-enter once the downside is done at a cheaper price. I've been maintaining a rolling strangle on Meta. When it spikes, I sell 30 DT out of the money call. When it tanks, I sell 30 DT out of the money put. Rinse and repeat. It's been working pretty well. Nice. That's a lot of risk on a stock that volatile, though. Are those naked? Or are you like cash securing them? WeBull doesn't support complex options types such as straddles and paper trading. I mean, WeBull supports buying a call and buying a put, which is a straddle, right? I have no idea. TOS used to be a really good paper trading platform. I don't know if that's changed, but people used to love that one. You can always just use a pen and paper. Does it look like Netflix is just following STX price action to a degree? It's kind of got its own thing going on though. And Netflix tend like out of all of the big tech stocks, it tends to be a lot more insulated from like index moves. I didn't buy any puts on Netflix. Are you talking about the position? That's a skip strike butterfly. So you gotta enter with a net credit versus a debit, and its profitability is a little bit better than like the debit spread would be. Is a large correction more likely than ever? Not, I wouldn't say it's more likely than ever. We did have a bank failure last year that didn't lead to one, so multiple bank failures that didn't lead to a correction. So that seems like it would have been more likely than the current situation. However, I do think that the issues in Europe could create some risk off behavior that might propagate into American markets. Straddle's weakness is sideways trading, right? But yeah, well, that's where they get shitty. Without price action, I've taken a loss. That makes sense. FSLR bounces on 260 is bullish, right? Well, actually, 270 was pretty important, um, which I lost pretty quickly this morning. Yeah, 260 is the next support to the downside. There's a bit of a technical support right here, which it looks like it's failing. If it loses 260, though, it could dump pretty hard. Does it look like DFE bought the 3250? I don't know what the fuck DFE bought. There's not a ton of interest on the 3250. It would make more sense for that call to be sold than bought, but I guess he could have. Yeah, that was a pretty strong defense of 20. Like a Delta barely slipped negative and bulls jumped all over it. Embrace the VWAP. Alright. I like this a little bit better. Buy the 70. 5, 90. Hmm. Hmm. It's a bit odd. Do I have to do it separately? Oh, I wonder if that's why it won't let me open it. So I have to do like 90, 95. That's wrong. Hmm. Actually, I like how it works. $6.39. Oh, sorry. It's terrible. $70, $90. Hmm. All right, so I got the same thing, but shittier. That's fine. So support at 70. Yes, kind of looks like it's going to fail 30 here. Ball's turning back up. Let's see. Momentum's falling off a little bit. Probably too early to short it though. Jamie almost fucking failed 28 there. What time's the shareholders meeting? Did you close the put side of your straddle on the test of 20? No. How has GoEV price performed during OPEXs? I don't think it's really had any like strong correlations. I know it ran in March, but that was largely due to the reverse split. I don't think the rest of the runs have really made much of a difference. I guess November OPEX last year. Prior to like mid 2023, pretty good. Like it used to have OPEX runs a long time ago. But it's being re-added to the Russell 2000, so, or being added to the Russell 2000, so that might make a difference. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Okay, so it's 9:43. And 268. Okay. I've kind of got what I wanted, just as a debit instead of a credit. Annoying, but fine, I guess. Upside resistance is at 35. There's a put wall at 35. It's a bit longer dated though. I think it's for this Friday. Jimmy looks kind of dumpy. Call support at 30, then more puts at 20. Or no, puts at 30. Calls at 25, puts at 20. What an awful range. Does any of this matter for ES? Too much. I guess ES could test the overnight high again, which would be about, what, SPX like 54.40. Momentum on this bounce is falling off, but there's still a little bit left. WeBull wouldn't let me open the skip strike butterfly. I'm not really sure why. So I did it as a debit instead. It's roughly the same. It's like there. It's like that. What's going on with EPAM today? The fucking spreads are all over the place. Another rejection at 80. Hmm. So we're gonna see a break 82. Alright. End phase can fall as low as 115. Tesla's not picking up enough momentum. What's the news? Nothing. Apple's still looking pretty good. Bounced back up off of 212. Nvidia not so hot though. 1233. Let's see, there's short calls on Nvidia at 130, which it may fail as well. Are you still in SREF as a long-term play? Yeah. I've been buying back in since I sold. I can't believe RC's already offering shares before the meeting even started. Ouch. I don't think he is. But funny. What if anything can be said during today's shareholders meeting that can be considered bullish for GME? My only idea would be adding DFE to RC's financial advisory committee. That's ridiculous. You've been spending way too much time on Superstock. If RC wanted DFE to be a billionaire, he wouldn't have diluted the stock. Yeah, I don't think he would. It's like, oh, I'm going to give up my $50 million a year jobs buying and selling GME so I could be on their board. It's ridiculous. I mean, momentum's turning around a little bit. Yeah, I guess it could dump. It might get another, like, smaller bounce before it does, though. Fall's not really picking up a lot. Although we are staying above 13. Excellent. Holy shit, options are cheap. Hmm. Just puts at 25. Or, well, 30. Puts at 30, calls at 25. So there's support, possibly support at 25 on the drop. There's not a lot of range. To try to warn people, today's probably going to be pretty fucking dull. But momentum's pulling back a little bit. We can slip 25 and test 20 again. But then there's support. These bounces are weak. Yeah, Jamie's IV is crushing out pretty hard. Watch for support at 25. There it is. Uptick in volatility. No. Does it mean anything if there's backwardation on SPX and ES? Are you looking at the September contract? Would you explain IB crush with meetings and earnings? It's not necessarily the MM, right? It's just be short vol selling at the 30 strike. Who thinks the shareholder meeting will last longer than 10 minutes? What time is it at? It's at 11:30, right? Is that Central Time? Jimmy's starting to get murdered. Big vol short. Hmm. $31. They're still selling too many puts to really push us substantially positive on Delta. We do have charm support here a little bit. Positive Delta is at like 30. No. Someone bought a bunch of GME all at once. Hmm. Let's see, what was the low? 1302. 13. It's really fucking weird that we haven't pushed back up into the $40 range again. It's like a 2-day bear flag. Netflix is kind of doing its thing. Buyers are kind of getting exhausted again. About 1.5 million on GME. Cohen buying more to not be shown up by DFE. I have no idea. All right, let's see. Fix at 13. Seems a little early for bulls to try to push for a breakout here. 35.40. Call interest isn't really changing much to the upside. There is more call buying at 35. Also a lot of put selling. We're going to fall back into the puts, it looks like. We need to hold 30. Yeah, if we lose 30, we're going to fall back into the puts that are right underneath us. Whoosh. Rough. Not so much for that. Why did you murder SLB? I didn't. The test of 50 was supposed to be MOASS, but you killed it at 45. Would you stop blaming me for the downfall of multi-billion-dollar companies? You think I'm just full porting behind the scenes to ruin your one call? Sell or puts, brah? What? We knew you took that new job. The quantitative finance one? Oh, gross. You couldn't trade anything. I don't want to own SPY. It's disgusting. VIX did not move on that drop. Well, it did a little. And then they shorted vol even harder. Oh shit, VIX under 13. What a weird fucking bounce. What GME auction? Are you still long Fubo? Yeah. I haven't added to anything though. I was hoping it would fall under $1. How often do you backtest option strategies? It depends. I don't know. I have probably haven't done it in a while. No, I don't use my own code, although I'd like to. Are there resources available for it? They're exceedingly expensive. I heard everything you said, and I still blame you. Thanks, Dork. What do you fundamentally like about Fubo? I mean, management's kept their promise to move towards a positive EBIT. It looks like they're at least continuing in line with expectations. I think they have a lot of market share that they could pick up if they would stop focusing on trying to pick up the same market share as everybody else and focus on like the Latino market more. But they have not done that lately. I think now the lawsuit presents a little bit of opportunity for price improvement as well. Maybe more so than management meeting their goals, right? there a Jimmy price or change of circumstances that would entice you back long term? Change of circumstances, I doubt, but if it fell back below like $12 or $13, I might consider uh buying more shares. Well, I'd at least sell CSPs. If I got assigned on them, I guess I would buy more shares. Ooh, got my fill. Nice. Still a lot of call sellers to contend with here. Uh, they're selling so many puts that they're pushing the hedge up. It's at like 2 or 54.31 now. So Delta goes negative like $1 below spot. I don't seem to be having a lot of success running away from it. Beyond so close to $6. Beyond can still fall to like 550. We're starting to get more short puts, but not a ton. But they are building. It should be going on reg show. Yeah, I mean if the options chain is any indication, it should be going on reg show like next week maybe. Oh, come on, just let Delta go negative. Dump it and try to reposition. This is ridiculous. Stupid fucking bulls. Jesus Christ. That's not allowed, Dad. That's fucking. It'd be so much more efficient, though. The buy everything approach just lacks finesse. Maybe they can't stop the shortfall algo or it all blows up. It wouldn't blow up. They have support at 54.25. At least if they let it drop, maybe the 54.30 puts would close a little bit and they wouldn't be fighting so fucking hard for price improvement. It's not like bears are going to pile in on a $5 drop. Did you have a good Father's Day filled with your children older than you, wishing you a happy Father's Day? Uh, I've somehow assembled like 1,500 contrarians from around the internet. And I'm like, hey, I'm not your dad. Don't wish me happy Father's Day. And then 10 times the number of people wish me happy Father's Day. Bears take profit every $2. It's true. If this contract hits $9, I'm out of it. Oh, look, Delta's negative again. Oh. Oh, positive. Hmm. Why am I not a millionaire yet? I want my Range Rover. Gross. Are you gonna lease it? I hate it when people forget to sell in May and go away. Ugh. I hate the week that US contracts roll. It mentally messes with me for a few days. Why? You know, you can just back adjust your charts. My number one trading strategy is based on nursery rhymes. Which one? Where's your delta indicator? I have a few. You want to be more specific? Yeah, where share? Nice try, Nuke. Hmm. It's technically a breakout. But there's still puts at 35. Should I be selling calls here? Wow, this is fucking stupid. When Dumpy Dumps on our favorite boy. Caught a bounce at support at 27. $2 chop, how riveting. Yeah, it's kind of shitty. Side of the puts. Hmm. 5508, yes. I think that's the gap from Thursday filled, right? And Thursday's high was 53.39.39. What are the chances of making a new all-time high on SPX? Pretty good if we break 54.40. Blah till what meeting? On GME? I have no idea. There might be some volatility surrounding it, but there might not be. We don't even know if they're gonna fucking say anything. This is still in the range that's bound. Mm-hmm. 45 is resistance. Still calls out to 55. So I think either we fail here or we get a new all-time high. Be long before the end of the day. But this is the top of the range. So this is where the call side resistance is. Annoying that we pushed through the put wall, but it's still there. Was FSLR looking for a re-entry? Not a particularly big fan. I don't like that it lost 70. I might re-enter if it bounces back above 70. Not enough call side prop. To where could FSLR drop if it loses 260? Um, 50? After 50, 20? Let's see where Delta goes negative here. Still like 31. Yeah, QQQ double topped. Just from this morning, though, right? One second. Still no real pullback there. This bounce might fail though. This is some upside range on that. Downside gap. A slightly higher high on NQ. Ooh, boring. 447. Yields are still pushing up. Dollar came down a little bit though. Against the euro. This is getting risky. The buy algo is on. Actually, there's not a lot of positioning being added. It's just already there. Video turned around a little bit. Tesla getting close to breaking 85. Google's down. Microsoft is up a bit. So Microsoft and Apple driving a lot more of this than Nvidia. Huh. Apple looks like it might fail. Nvidia doesn't look particularly bullish. Ooh, Apple surpassed Microsoft again. Jimmy getting a nice little pop. Is it back above 28? Oh, there we go. Like, if Apple fails, SPY might fail. I'm not sure. Apple and Microsoft seem far more important than Nvidia right now. And Nvidia just dumped pretty hard. Let's see, Russell's down 42 points. VIX 3M is falling, but VIX is still positive on the day. Dollar is coming down. Do we actually have support here, though? Not really. So we'll see if the 45 and 50 keep getting sold. What time is it? It's only 11:30. There's calls up to 55, yeah. But those, a chunk of those are short calls, right? So we'll have to squeeze them out, which means that like 40 is resistance. Like 40, 45. And then we start getting above 45 and it starts to squeeze out the sold calls. But if we stagnate here for long enough, they're going to sell more calls, which is going to push down. And we still have a big put wall at 35 and another put wall at 30. Swiss National Bank may cut rates to restrict franc gains on euro. Ooh, interesting. Well, Microsoft's pushing up again. This whole pump is just Microsoft. What the fuck is this? What's up, Trash? No, there's no news. It's just fucking picking up a few billion in market cap. It looked pretty good this week anyway, but it don't look that good. So like 200 billion in market cap. Ooh, hard rejection though. That's nice. GME felt that? What? The rejection of Microsoft? Oh, ouch. Meta's down. Apple still hasn't really failed yet. Nvidia's hanging in there too. Jesus, fucking $10 trillion across 3 companies. How are we feeling about QQQ 480 piece for September? I can't lose, right? Right? Say I'm right. You could. 250 is the next support after 260. And then after 250, 220. See if the profit taking on Microsoft continues. There's a lot of short calls at like 450. SPX needs to fall below 35 to hit the puts. Did BNED reverse split? Yeah. Nvidia, Apple, and Microsoft are worth more than the world's entire GDP output. That sounds risky. Nah, it's fine. Buy the dip, idiot. Can bulls fail here? Yeah. The world needs to work harder then. Okay, Ryan Cohen. That's why I'm introducing the new fundamental indicator, price to GDP ratio. 3 6-month bill auctions. Yeah. Right now. The Fed bid 339 million for both. It's not very much. Do you only trade SJX so there's something to do on stream? No. But I do trade it a lot because I'm just bored as fuck. SJX topping out here. We'll see. The breakup on SJX has helped Netflix. I'm aware. Pretty decent futures volume still. Might be starting to lose a little momentum. Be nice if Microsoft pulls back to the 50 or 442.50 strike. Odds we get some forward guidance. Pretty slim, right? When USD JPY 160. We're getting closer. It's still like 157, right? It's getting close to 160 or 158. I mean, Japan would probably intervene again before 160. I would imagine. Gonna fail the prior high. Reversal here is interesting. If this fails and we don't get higher support, it's like if this fails and falls back below 54.30, that may be it. Well, at least that might be it for today. I want to get a higher low though, so the higher low would be at 54.20. So I guess support at 54.25, and then we could still get one more test at the all-time high. Yeah, I guess let's see if it fails first. Microsoft slipped a little bit, but not too much, and it looks like it's got some support there. So if they can't hold on to 54.40, they kind of lose the advantage of that positive charm. Step by step, but the delta's starting to bleed off, so people are taking profit. We're getting some short calls sold to the upside again. I'd say 54, 40, 35, and 35 and 25 are big deals to the downside. Are Goivy Leaps better than shares at this price? They're okay. CSPs are pretty awesome. There's a 23% yield on the $2, or well, it was 23% earlier. I don't know what it is now. But there was a 23% yield on the $2 sold put for like 30 DTE. Don't want to get support at 40. How's Apple looking? Bull trap. It's pretty well supported. Nvidia looks weak. Nvidia looks weak. Microsoft looks choppy, and Apple looks fine. I should have sold more puts on Apple this morning. Oh, we did lose 40. Interesting. Gotta try to regain it, right? Getting a breakdown in momentum on longer time frames now. We do have a rejection on ES at the trend. Still needs to fail back towards 5,500. Might get support at 5507, which would suck. Don't seem to be a lot of sellers just yet. Forming a little head and shoulders there, though. Neckline be 54.33. 54.35. 54.32. Or 54.29. See, 6-month high rate 5.15, bid to cover 2.82, award 43.29% at the high 70 billion sold. 3-month bid to cover 2.93, high rate 5.25, sold 70 billion, 53.35% at the high. Bid to cover dropped pretty hard on the 6-month, but picked up on the 3. Yield on the 6-month dropped a bit from the prior. The 3-month was flat. Did the meeting happen yet? I have no idea. Hold on. What time is it scheduled for? 11:30 Central? Ah, okay, so we still got like 45 minutes. rate cuts are being priced out today. Dropped like 0.06. VIX correlation still picking up. Yield curve starting to steepen and pressure vol up again. %, -9. Where does dollar have support? 50? Sellers on ES at 54.42. I need the September contract. Yes. Fucking hate NQ sometimes. If it's only sometimes, you're not trading it enough. Yeah, Microsoft might fail again. Nvidia is still kind of weak, trading below VWAP. But Apple's holding shit up too, don't forget. Apple's doing quite well for itself. Okay, a little bit of a harder rejection there. That's weird. It didn't even get the 19,760 test. NQ is just the fucking market now. Is Enphase a good buy right now? No, I think Enphase is probably going to pull back to 115. I'd be pretty careful with it. The European debt shit is not good for the solar companies. Especially if it's going to mean reduced government spending in the future. Just dropped the family off at the airport. First time alone since I bought the house 10 years ago. Happy Father's Day. Is SPX, is that a head and shoulders or something different? It's an ascending head and shoulders. Which is we'll see what happens. Looking for it to fail here. Netflix might be a good buy after a crash. And Netflix looks like it's going to keep trying to push for its all-time high, which is at like 701, I think. From back in like 2020, November of 2021. What the fuck did TLT do last week? Stuff. Poopy Pants' dream of TLT in 95 almost came true, right? God, dispersion is so fucking over leveraged. Hey Doric, look at our all-time highs on core 3-month, or all-time lows. Such a healthy market. Totally normal. I want to say extremely risk averse, right? There's been sold calls coming in, but they're not coming in very hot. I think we've been getting them pretty consistently since we peaked, but not a ton of volume on them. If we lose 40, then people will start selling a lot more of them, but we haven't lost 40 yet. Not really. It takes the Vic short, or it gets the vol on the nose again. Does it look like BA is bouncing off of the lower trend here? I don't know. BA looks kind of weak. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of support. I think the problem here is that without the full scope of the damage done being realized, people are still afraid to go long on it. And so you're getting a lot of profit taking on any price recovery. Fuck you, NQ. SMCI is Gamma Max. Um, 941. That's not how that works, Dork. Your broker thanks you, CML. Sometimes you're so still, quiet, calm, trading like a financial samurai. Then I realize the stream is frozen on my side. Took like 20 minutes to get that 10-point drop on NQ, then bounced back in a second. Yep. But we're getting lower lows, right? And the bullish positioning is gonna probably degrade a bit. Especially if we keep testing their support levels. Any thoughts on Goivy's big drop on Friday? No idea what it was from. NQ massive megaphone, 15-minute. Yeah. Yeah, it does look like Vol's gonna pick up at some point this week. Are you watching the GME meeting? It's in 30 minutes, but yeah. Does you support the idea that the holiday during OPEX week can defer obligations to the next month's OPEX? It can only defer obligations that weren't deferred already. There's no settlement on the holiday, but anything that would settle on the holiday will just settle on the day following the holiday. Anything that would be now due on the holiday or through the holiday deferral period, which extends out to Friday, would, yes, be pushed out. But stuff that has already been deferred would still settle. Can't triple stamp a double stamp. Hmm. Let's see. So delta turns negative at like 33 now. Resistance at 43. So support would be like there. It's really weird not to retest the all-time high here. I'm gonna delete some of these. Bear flag broke down. Bear flag broke up. Huh. Ooh. Curious. There's no fucking momentum there whatsoever. Let's see. Dow's down to 0.7. Russell recovered a little bit. RSP's up 13 points on the day. So pretty big chunk of the S&P's gains. Nasdaq's up 37. Oil's climbing a little bit still. Netflix is killing it. Is Netflix a buy? It's only like $12. Well, I guess there could be more. But there's about $12 of range on it, at least that's supported by weeklies. Yes, the old head and quadruple right shoulder. Just a matter of time before Tesla dumps. Tesla gets more bullish over 85. It seems to be holding that. I don't know how much positioning there is to the upside, though. There wasn't very much yesterday. There's some calls out at 90. After 90, there's not much. A little bit of interest at 200, but it's not substantial. Just grind up all day. Possibly. I think the longer we spend grinding, especially below the high, the more short calls we're going to keep getting. And if enough short calls pile on, they're selling puts so hard that it's going to skew the hedge up, and the MM's just going to dump delta. But we'll see. The short call sellers haven't been very aggressive because they're afraid. Reasonably so. And if they're mitigating risk by selling spreads, they don't do as much damage as if they're selling naked calls. The fucking meeting doesn't happen for another 22 minutes. Maybe if you triple your SPX position, something might happen. Maybe. We'll see. Who do you want to play you in the BNED movie? View live stream and click here if you own shares of your Robinhood or the same link. Dibs, the resemblance is uncanny. Huh. Alright, it's all yours. The vitamin C suppositories worked effectively? I don't know, but they've definitely improved my taint tan, so that's a plus. Uh, Perhaps a bottom on FSLR 250. 250 is support, and then if it loses 250, there's nothing below that. So I'm trying to be bullish on FSLR right now.
Europe's in the middle of maybe a debt crisis. It's not good for government spending, which largely supports the solar industry. Wasn't a band called Taint Tan? Nice. Oh, this is fucking stupid. New low for the day on VIX. Yeah. But a lower high, right? So that's cool. Excellent. Not anymore. What the fuck is going up? What the hell is that? Jesus Christ, Dork. They bought the dip so hard on Apple, they bumped it like 30 bips. Is that a 20,000 test on NQ? It is. Bullish. NQ is to the 20,020. It's fucking ridiculous. Do you think they get 55 now? They still have to break 45. They did a little bit, but it's failing. We'll see. They gotta start squeezing out short calls. Vol's spiking, which could be them squeezing out short calls, but we'll see. It could also just be profit taking. Hmm. Do, do, do. Actually, bullshit. What the fucking all-time high at? Or are we still short? Still short. Am I gonna come within $2 just to fail? I mean, that's not necessarily true. That's the exact scenario where you get a lower high. If FSLR fails 250, it can drop back to 220. There's not a lot of support below there. 60 is really the last big support. And it already lost that. So AVGO is up 4%. Tesla's up 4%. Google, Meta, Amazon, all down. Nvidia down. So it's Apple, AVGO, Microsoft, Tesla. Reasonable. Resistance on it, yeah, so it's still $2 to the upside. God. It's a fucking diamond top. So annoying. Where can one find VIX 3M? That's the symbol. It's VIX 3M. It's at 1479 right now. Diamond tops exist, unfortunately.
Where's my GME elevator music? It's not on yet. I have the meeting pulled up. Why are you diamond handing SPX puts? Because if this reverses, they can print. How much downside could we see by the end of the week? That depends. I have to lose 5,400 to get anything serious. Oh, great. We gapped the all-time high. My favorite. That's reasonable. Yeah, it's tested 55.20. Hmm. It didn't drop as much as I wanted it to. Nvidia. What the fuck is driving this? Is this ridiculous? Eh. We blew out all the calls. And the short calls. So I bet. Yeah. Nice, dude. Well done. Why can't I close my fucking straddle? What the fuck? More zero DTs calls are coming into the upside. But this kind of looks like it's topped out at, oh, what, like 60, 55, 60? Hmm. That should be all the short calls squeezed out. $75? No. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's still not on. Thanks, Byronic.
Hmm. That's fucking ridiculous. How high are they buying calls now? There's a little bit coming at 65 and 60, but their 65s are falling off on the reversal. Or the test. So people buying into momentum, but shedding the positions. There's a little bit of profit taking. We'll see if it picks up. It definitely hasn't picked up enough momentum yet to do any damage.
Of stockholders of GameStop Corp. Please note that today's meeting is being recorded. During the meeting, we'll have a question and answer session. You can submit questions or comments at any time by clicking on the Q&A icon. It is now my pleasure to turn today's meeting over to Mark Robinson. Mark, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It's now 11:36 a.m., and I call the GameStop 2024 Annual Meeting of Stockholders to order and declare that the polls are now open. I'm Mark Robinson, GameStop's General Counsel. Brian Cohen, our Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of the company's Board of Directors, presides at this meeting and has asked me to conduct this meeting. Please note that any electronic recording or live streaming of this meeting is prohibited. Before we get started with procedural matters, I would like to turn it over to Brian to say a few.
Well, That's because I turned the sound off. Yeah, you can just go listen to it somewhere else. Not worth it. It's prohibited. Yeah, I don't care. Not worth it. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. He said work. Welcome to the GameStop stock immediately starts tanking. Why would I risk the strike for fucking GameStop's earnings? I don't care that much. It's not even earnings. GameStop's shareholder meeting. Are you shopping for any more Vega puts? No, VIX 3-month is still really high. Oh, I kind of don't care what they have to say. The fuck? $740. Calls building up to 65. Did RC do something bullish? No. New York City pension funds are angry that they're not disclosing the race, ethnicity, and gender of the board members. Yeah, seriously.
surprised. Yeah, they're going on about DRS. Q&A is over. No pertinent questions. This is the top of the MM's implied move. Oh, pretty close. Ooh, lost 25. Is there a target here for pumpers? I mean, they don't have a lot more room, but 65? Still getting a lot of buyers on the momentum. Well, that was fucking stupid.
It's okay, guys. RC's ready to do work. Something inflation. If Matt Kors wants to get a YouTube strike for fucking listening to the GameStop shareholders meeting, all the power to him. You know, you could have just gone and listened to the fucking meeting. I forgot that they put in the fucking no streaming or audio recording bullshit. I don't want to be able to see cores aging rapidly before our very eyes. I have no idea. You don't have any pets, Popcorn? What's DFE thinking right now? I don't know. Maybe that was just DFE selling. That was the tippy top of the market maker's expected move for today. A little bit of delta falling off, not a ton. Delta moves negative now at what? $39. So 54.39. Still $20 of padding. Momentum slipping a little bit on longer time frames. Yes, maybe peaked there, but we'll see. It's 55.35 test. It's like a $15 break of the all-time high. Probably have to lose 55.20 for anybody to fucking sell off. $55.20 would be what? SPX 54.50. bear call time, or could it test the 70s? If more 0 DTEs pile in on the dip, then it could test higher. Right now, there's a bit of resistance at 65 and 70. And the 0 DTE gamma kind of falls off around there. So it's not likely that we push a lot higher than that. But we still need a bigger drop for anybody to take profits. GME dead? Losing 25 is really fucking bad. It got shorted mostly. Or it looks like it did. There's a pretty big move in arbitrage there. Not a lot of change in liquidity. But GME is super fucking liquid already, so it's just like, I mean, if they really want to short it, they can. I think with the shareholders meeting out of the way, there's no reason not to sell just a metric fuck ton of vol, right? Okay, Nvidia is failing its breakout. Apple hasn't failed its. Meta's still kind of moving along. Microsoft is still just going to the moon. So if Microsoft loses 45, if Microsoft loses 45, S&P is going to lose 450. Yeah, how's bouncing back. Oil prices have been climbing again, which is a little bit supportive here. NQ's pulling back from its peak. I feel like NQ should retest 20,000. Ridiculous fucking $100 breakout. A little bit of breadth coming in to support the move up. RSP's up 39 points. Russell's now up 26. Dow's up 29. Yields didn't really move down. Dollar did a tiny bit, but it's still at 105.50 or 105.42 rather. Are you feeling better? A little bit. I can't tell if I'm getting better or not because my allergies are still really bad. Sounds like institutions have all these profitable assets but can't really take profits. Is that a correct way to think about it? Sure. Although tops aren't generally formed from people taking profits, right? They're usually formed because the last buyer is in. Doc, I'm watching Chorus try to explain how halts work to stonkers, and I'm about to have to write you another love letter. This is awful. I can only imagine. This will be interesting. There's a lot of short puts down below 25. I think they're mostly institutional. So if we push down into them, are they going to squeeze off? Or are they going to sell more puts? I'm doing my part in squeezing off as we speak. Excellent. What if the entire world's investment capital is just going to go to the US because the US has exported all its recession and inflation to the rest of the world, leaving only the US economy? That would be the perfect time to pull the rug. I mean, that's not the case currently, but oh. I feel like if we were going to reject here, we would have done it already. Oh. $82 BPS move. From the bottom today. This would be as good as time as any to start taking some profits before SLT. RSP slipping a little bit. So is Dow and Russell. I fucking hate this market. What's up, Nuke? How's Charm looking? Very positive. It's only going to move negative if we fall back below 54.40, 54.50. 54.50 and 40, it starts to turn a little bit more negative again. Oh, DMs. Ooh, nice. Ooh, I kind of like the bottom one. That's cool. S&P head and shoulders. I don't know what Nvidia is doing. Sure. Yeah. If it fails VWAP again. Microsoft's still not going anywhere, though. Apple seems fine, mostly. Might fall back to like 216.28, but are we making an all-day head and shoulders on SPX? No. No. Give me 1 second. Someone just knocked. Roaring Kitty just tweeted, "Time to rocket." What did he tweet? Who the fuck is that? McEnroe with a red headband. You think DFE would have been impressed by RC's willingness to work? I know who John McEnroe is. I just didn't know what he fucking looked like when he was young, because I wasn't alive. Phenomenal. Is that it? Might as well go for 75 now. Squeezed out the 0 DT calls, but the longer dated ones don't seem to be going anywhere. Yay. Are the 4350 sold calls still there? Yeah. There's still sold calls all the way from 5400 down to like 5250. S6 now up 60% since October 2022, roughly 20 months. During supposedly the tightest financial conditions we've had in 30 years. Nothing to see here. Well, fortunately, banks haven't out to the financial conditions being tight, right? I really wish I hadn't closed my straddle earlier. Alright, there's no more gamma left. Ridiculous. This has to fall, right? You'd think. Make an alternative proposal. Just keep buying. $70.75 have more sold calls for this Friday. Worth playing EPAM with shares. Probably a lot safer than playing calls. I want to know who woke up today and decided that they needed another 500 billion Microsoft. Me? Nice. Well done, Gorks Bidet. Is pump like a battle between short calls and short puts? Pretty much, yeah. JFresh about to go on a rant. I decided that I needed that Microsoft for free. What? Hmm. Interesting. I'm surprised vol isn't going down harder. Like it's barely down on the day. Futures kind of look like they really, really want 55.50. That seems to be the trend. I don't know how. There's not that much more room. I mean, they can keep buying out of the money calls here, but I don't think they're gonna get it much above like 70, 75. I should probably sell calls. Yeah. Risky though. Do you still have a GME position? No. Can they just do this again tomorrow? Possibly. I sold bear call spreads on Jamie this morning because fuck RC. That's reasonable. It's kind of weird that the market maker's hedge isn't moving up much, despite them clearly still shorting vol. So there's got to be some short calls coming in as well. But maybe they're just keep getting squeezed out. It's been weird. There hasn't been a fuck ton of call buying. Like most of this has just been short, like the 0 DTE short calls squeezing out. There was some buying that went on at like 60, 65. And not all of the short calls are squeezed out, but a chunk of them did from like 45 to 55, which is what gave us the second leg up. It's weird. It's just like the pushing the short calls out. Oh yeah, dispersion's getting blown out super hard. So there's buying in the underlying, just not a lot of buying on the index. Do if you pot puts after he got rugged, he will be a billionaire. I don't know about that. Those puts would be pretty rough with IV crush. Seems perfectly reasonable. You still need something to, I mean, as over leveraged as short vol is, you still need something to create demand for long volatility. What's your mentality when you miss an entry point on a trade and you would have been right for big gains? What mind tricks do you use to shake that off and move on? I don't really think about it. I see filing tonight. Increases stake with shares at DFE's cost basis. OPEX ensues. The sold calls that squeezed out today propelling us up here. When were they sold? Friday. Friday and this morning. The longer term sold calls are still in position. But I mean, they don't really affect the near term price action very much. No, I'm still sitting on them. Waiting to see if this collapses. I need some kind of downside hedge anyway. I still have the put side of the straddle from Friday that's not done well. The call side did really well. But I sold it early. I closed out of it like back here. Just trying to grasp why we're up here. Well, zero DTE short call squeezing, and then, I mean, there is some zero DTE call buying. It's just not very much. It's definitely not as much as you would expect on a move this high. Back at the top of the implied move? No, we're still way above it. Hmm. Still pretty high volume. I can't see how NQ keeps pushing new highs and ES doesn't test 50, 55, 50 at this point. Like, there's really no more room for options to push price up, but that doesn't mean futures buyers can't get that last $10 in. Nvidia red, what does the world come to? Yeah, but Microsoft's like fucking just rocketing. They picked up like fucking 400 billion in market cap today. Apple too. There it is. Jesus fucking Christ. Hmm. yes, tested 55, 46, 50. The fuck is the market doing? I don't know, man. Just up. This is fucking insane. Multi-trillion-dollar companies moving like penny stocks. I mean, look how hard dispersion's being pushed, right? This is fucking crazy. Yeah, this, I mean, they're going even, the concentration's getting fucking nuts. But there's some breadth coming in, right? Like Russell and Dow moved up. Short vol index, long vol, the underlying. Did nobody else hold their calls? You called this at 54.20. I didn't. I closed my fucking calls at 55. You know, when we hit the top of the calls on the chain. The teal line is SPX. The orange and blue lines are correlation, 1 month and 3 month correlation indexes. Given the absurdity of the market, I'd like to make a statement. Rip Hunter Biden's glizzy gobbler. May he rest in poor. Eh. I figured out why the market is going up. Check DM. Okay.
McDonald's ending AI drive-through ordering. Did they have that? Can we do more siege weapon talk? Sure. Wendy's did, but I didn't know McDonald's did too. Yeah, I had no idea. I've never encountered AI ordering anywhere. For the fourth time, is this the top for today? There's no more calls, so we've blown through them all. MW, welcome back to Pigeon Whale, man. Thank you so much. I'm just pissed I closed my calls at 55. The prior top of the call chain. NQ won't stop. It's just like squeezing up. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like the short calls that are like at 5,300, 5,400 aren't closing. Which would maybe make this make sense. It just looks like ES is gunning for 55.50. Nothing's gonna stop it. The funniest part is yields are up today. Does this mean NQ is about to crash? I remember you saying the market looked like Feb 2020. There's some similarities, but that doesn't mean anything. You think the sold calls for Friday can pull SPX back to 5,400-ish? I mean, I think bulls will have a hard time holding positions this high. We have retail sales tomorrow, and I don't think those are going to be super positive. Industrial production's probably not going to be great either. If this ends up being the high for the week, though, that's pretty bearish. Is this Europe investing in the USA to avoid mitigate debt crisis? They were last week, but spreads eased a little bit this morning. Also, UST are up, which is, I mean, the flight to safety from that is not going to be into equities. The German 52-week auction had plenty of interest this morning. Doing some serious stoppies right now. Serious stoppies. Gonna miss that leg up to 5,500. Time for FSLR calls. No, there's like an international debt crisis. Why does everyone keep trying to go long FSLR? It lost both its major supports at 70 and 60 in like a single day.
Did I miss the Netflix entry? There was a decent one this morning, probably. It could still push higher, though. I'm sure we're going to get more out of the money call buying with the breakout of the trend today. So it might keep pushing up. What, Microsoft didn't get 450? The fuck's going on? I just want QQQ to pull back to 480. That's all. I don't even think that's unreasonable. Do you think we take macroeconomic conditions into account when buying far out of the money weeklies? No. You mentioned on the Sunday stream if it bounces off 260, it may be a good entry. And people heard enter at 260. That's why they're asking. No, it didn't bounce on 260. It fell through it like a rock. It just fucking dumped. Like it didn't even bounce a little bit. It just kept dumping. Microsoft's the perfect stock to pump. It's in the Dow. It's in QQQ. It's in SPX. I set a wide stop this morning when I had a work call. I had a 60. Imagine my feels. I'm just pissed I exited my straddle early. Although if we get back below 54.25 before the end of the month, I'll be fine. Yeah, I still have the puts. They didn't really print this morning. I wasn't gonna close them. They're for like June 28th, so I've got time on them. Oh yeah, I still have the 0 DT puts. No point in closing them now. Somewhere. Oh shit, I got the fill on the sold call. Nice. Delta flips negative at 54.40 now. Dark. I'm gonna need a like a $60 drop. When did you make that happen? I can buy a call. Perfect. Oof. Hmm. Should we taking profits on Netflix here? Hmm. Yeah, but ES hasn't tested 55.50 yet. NQ 2200. Do we have any other data today? The Fed speakers? I assume they said something bullish. Ooh, Powell's testifying on the 9th. Harker said, it's fine to keep rates where they are now and wait for data. We're not even close to material deterioration in the job market. Globally, rates are heading down, just at a different pace. We need to be cautious, and we want several more months of data. So Harker came out and said a bunch of hawkish shit, and the market went up more. Huh. Lost all their credibility. Have I missed the explanation for what happened with GME going down? There was no explanation. They had their shareholders meeting. It fucking sucked, like you would expect. Cohen said some shit about inflation and executives and working. He's gonna put in the work. That really nosedived the stock. Oh, gee, put in the work 3 years into buying the company. Bulls are just gonna hold it here all day, probably. Yeah. Oh, yes, got it. 55.50. Boom. That was insane. Has he still below the 2 sigma VWAP line at all today? I don't know. I don't use that on ES. Just confirm. There's no call interest up here. I mean, there doesn't need to be if futures keeps pushing. This is just the underlying driving shit up, right? Also, I have no idea about like QQQ, NQ. I mean, QQQ is still getting massive volume spikes. Gamma Max is at 5503 for SPXW. What's up, Nuke? Fresh DMs out of the oven. Where? Ooh, I didn't see these. Oh, nice. Yeah, bueno. Okay, thank you. Your 6,000 end of your target looking a little conservative. That's still super ridiculous. What the actual fuck? Dude, NQ's gonna hit like 2250. Do you still have your 12,000 Cs? I mean, they're not worth anything. Any hope left for the 5430? Probably not. They've been dead for like an hour. A little more than. This is the largest notional move on the monthly ever for NQ, and we're only halfway through the month. Yep. Was there any important news today that drove the melt up? No. Not at all. Neither bond auction was super bullish. Fed speaker was bearish. We got another Fed speaker like right now, I think. I think it's or maybe we don't. Cook? No, that's later tonight. I don't see anything from Williams. The 42-day bill auction was flat. Cook speaks tonight at 9 o'clock, but there isn't any other data. SLD won't be a bearish one. We're too far from GN, DN now. Yeah, I mean, they could probably de-risk everything without us falling below 5,400. It's not DN, GN that they're worried about here, though. It's 5,400. That's where like the majority of the risk is. But yeah, we're far enough away from that now that we're probably not going to fall below it. At least not through SLD. Pre-Juneteenth fun time for bulls. Yeah. Well, people have kind of stopped buying out of the money calls. Although NQ doesn't look like it's stopping. When was the last day we saw a climb like this on SPX? I don't know. Like June 5th? June 5th was pretty ridiculous. I think that was a little bigger than today. Yields are turning around a bit. Jesus fucking Christ. Uh, how far can Netflix go? There's call interest all the way up to like 700. But for the weekly, it's like it kind of caps out around like 690. Might pick up some 700s today. Bulls are pushing Netflix for its all-time high. Looks like that's what they're targeting at least. $54.60C now 100x off the intraday low. Don't worry, I sold some. You better hope this comes fucking crashing down into close. Can we go to 5,500? Honestly, I mean, there's like no more positioning. I don't even know what to say. We've blown we've blown through all of the bullish positioning. Sure. I mean, I guess if they keep levering up dispersion. If you look at here, like if you look at Delta, where we're trading right now. Hold on. So there's just nothing. So we pumped to 6,000, dropped to 4,000. They banned zero DTE trading for retail. They're not going to just ban it for retail. What do you want, Smooth? I want to really ignore your question again. I feel like expanding on that idea that the 1921 2000 trend is what we're about to smack into next. That's the last upside trend. Because I highlighted those. That's where we're trading right now. The big one is 75. One second. That was weird. Show what? I'm not asking it again. Okay, cool. The 1929 trend line? Oh. It's like out here. We tested it in 1929 and 2000. Like the top of the dot-com bubble. We didn't even test it in 2021. Is Microsoft a $3.5 trillion company yet? What about Apple? No. Soon. This is insane. The Mag 7 are going to be like 40% of the S&P by the end of the day. Oh, holy shit. Did we find a single seller on NQ? I sold my calls $40 ago. No, that's consolidation. Generational dip buy. Huh. What a crazy fucking run. And not once did VIX 3-month go under fucking $14. It's still at 1467. Whose prediction's on track right now? You do know we need to go up another like $20 to hit your first target, right? You and JFresh are pretty much the same for end of day today. And if we fall back below 54.65, you should both be right. Thoughts on PANW? Did it ever recover from its massive drop? It did. Looks bullish. Hold on, I need to add more of these. $19,950. It's like, yes, broke the top of my range by $4. This whole thing should collapse. It's a fucking bullshit run. I don't know if there's a point at which this starts getting bearish. I guess if we lose 75. There's been a lot of in the money profit taking. 80 won't be enough though. For the 5th time, is this the top? Maybe, because we actually got a rejection on futures finally. There's still support here though, so like the question you want to ask is, will this break down through support? And that's only going to happen if there's profit taking.
What's up, Popcorn? Any reason to hold out hope for the fabled third run? I mean, there's still a lot of put sellers on GME that seem to be supporting the price at $25. But not breaking 30 is bad. Failing the trend's also bad. I have Netflix 621, 675. As we continue to push up, is it smart to add to the 675 or buy other strikes out of the money? It might be smart to take profits. There's got to be profit taking after a run like that. You'd be surprised. Little ugly head and shoulders on SPX. Yeah, those just keep breaking up today, though. We've had like 3 of them. Will we have a perpetual volatility machine again? Maybe. I mean, options interest is still staying elevated from where it was over the prior year. Fucking support. That's crazy. Microsoft failed a little bit. Not Apple. Not Nvidia.
Who wants to buy the Mag 7 at these prices? Fucking someone, apparently. I like how you only need to check 3 stocks to see why the SPX is moving. Yeah, it's nice. It's definitely more convenient. French. Should informed participants be acutely aware of how problematic the concentration risk is? Is anybody hedging, or is it just bailout is my hedge mentality? I mean, there's not a lot of tail risk hedging, right? Most of the tails are being sold. What's the super relatable Rage Against the Machine song? Bulls on Parade. I don't know if I've ever found Rage Against the Machine to be relatable, but yes. That's because you're part of the machine. Say the words low or high. We'll see. I don't trust anything to drop in this market. So why are we up here? Why not? It's okay, guys. Nobody's over leveraged anything that would cause anything bad to happen into the near, not too distant future, right? Ja Rule. You shared a study about the impacts of shipping and inflation. Do you remember what that study was? I don't know. If I shared it, don't you have it? Why does this feel less like a future correction and more like a future depression? Well, because everything's leveraged to the tits. Thanks to the Netflix play. That paid quickly. No problem. Got a well, I mean, largely because we got like a nice entry opportunity this morning. It didn't gap up before open. Would you ever retire from streaming? Yeah, it's not. It's not really the money. I don't know. I'd probably, if I had something more important to do every day. Does this seem like 5 minutes till X-ray puts are on the table? No. Where's JFresh's Aladdin meme? I need to see it. Everybody is firmly on the rug, and now half of Europe too. Why would I adopt a kid from Africa? I don't want to adopt a child. Also, I'm a single dude. That'd be fucking weird, man. Just go to the adoption agency and hand them the papers and be like, I just like kids? What the fuck? Are they doing that? Are they giving kids to single men? That can't be real. Companies are people now. Don't tell Darth Dan the single part. He already knows. I hope they're not giving children to just dudes who show up at adoption agencies. No, that would be weird. I got my kid outside Walmart. You'd think they'd put kids with families. But they're like couples going, they're like gay couples going in to get a kid together, and like they're like, we're gonna start a family, right? It's not just one dude showing up in like a hoodie being like, yeah, you got any fucking kids? Can you TLDR the JFresh rant? It's already going off in my DMs. He said, this market's gonna crash. This is fucking stupid. Wait, didn't Matt Getz like rape somebody? Like, isn't he like isn't he have like isn't he like a registered sex offender? They let him adopt a kid? Think about going back to school for a PhD in finance so I can make less money. That sounds super fun. And you can use previous DDs for your dissertation. Gross. XRT is made up of only 2% of GME. What explains the Jan 21, May 24 volume spikes for XRT on the sneeze days? Yet XRT FTDs for those days are nominal. It doesn't matter how much GME it has unlimited creation. As long as it gets settled back out, it doesn't fail. It's pretty simple. Why do people work in finance when you can make your own money trading? Why do it for someone else? Because you got to trade their money. Also, depending on your fees and commissions, you can make a lot more money than you would with your own money because the amount of capital you're managing is significantly greater. Did DFV fumble 250 million like an overcapitalized Wall Street Bets degenerate? A little bit, yeah. Meta calls? It's at resistance. Might be a bit late. There's another stack of calls out at like 520. But there's pretty strong resistance on meta at 510. I'm not gonna go long AVGO. Its options chain's completely fucking blown out. Emma fucking rocketed. Generational buying opportunity. No, not at all Byronic. I signed up for DFV's masterclass. Did you give them your social security number? Significant risk carrying my 680, 690 Netflix call spread overnight. Up big, but still $9 of upside potential. And I'd love to not use a day trade. I'm probably gonna stay in mine overnight. Although you're still out of the money, huh? It's a little risky. I feel like no matter what, markets probably stay fairly elevated into the holiday. Maybe after the holiday we could see some downside, but I think the first part of this week is going to be obviously pretty bullish. Will my 5505s print? I have no idea. So we hit 6,000 sometime in the next few months. Then we can have a 30% correction and hit 4,200, and away we go. Okay, listen, if we have a 30% correction at this point, we're going to just have like a 50 or 70% correction. I don't really think there's any in between left. Everything's so massively over concentrated, and there's fucking zero risk priced into everything. Yeah, VIX is still kind of up, which is weird. Like 3-month vol isn't dropping at all. So all of the dispersion is kind of just one-sided. They're just going long vol on like the underlying, but they're not really shorting the vol very heavily on SPX. Zero risk. VIX is at a whopping 12.6. I mean, realistically, off of today's move, VIX should have been a lot lower, right? Like under 12. VIX expiration's tomorrow since Wednesday market close. Yeah, I think so. What's your line between a correction and a crash? I mean, a correction's like 5%. We got a correction in March, like March into April, right? That was a correction. A crash is, you know, generally anything beyond like 20% in a short period of time. I still have September Vega puts. I don't need to roll till after OPEX. And if the market's not going to go down, that'll be the perfect time to roll too, right? Because they'll start shorting all of that vol, and that'll bring the Octobers down, which would be a better opportunity to roll out anyway. Based on recent price action, that correction was actually a mistake. Yeah, breadth never came back though. Our beautiful American companies are so great that our top 3 companies have the same market cap as the GDPs of Japan, Germany, and India put together. Jesus fucking Christ. Who would win in a fight? Tim Apple or the entire Indian subcontinent? What kind of fight? I'm pretty sure Apple's worth more than the entire Indian stock market. Are bulls doing much with zero DTs to prevent a drop right now? Not so much. No. They've been taking some profits here at the top. Things are looking a little bit more bearish, and Delta is falling off slightly. Although I don't think enough yet to confirm a bigger move down, and there's still support at 75. If we lose 75.70 and the longer dated short calls at those levels fall back out of the money, then we could slide pretty substantially. But yeah, 75 and 70 are still very supportive right now. I just want them to rug pull this entire bullshit run. Back to 5402. Let's go. And their call profits this morning made exactly $7 on the chop. I just wish I'd held the calls on my straddle longer. That would have been nice. How about back to 5204 like a week ago or whatever? It's been a while since we've been at 5204. I mean, like end of May. Two weeks ago. I'm starting to think that my SPY 500Ps aren't Finipront. You don't own those. I have 5 for September. Did you just buy them? Like a week ago? Oof. Well, they're cheaper now. Let's see. Gamma gets negative around 55. Delta at around 45. Or no. Delta around 45. Okay. 40. Interesting. It's kind of a weird spread. The market maker still wants this at like 54.50. Look at Gravy News because I saw the big wacky peener. The fuck is a prepaid cash advance? They pre-bought shares. That was a couple days before the big fucking downside move, though. Any chance they push this higher in the overnight before the data? Sure, why not? It's overnight, anything can happen. As long as we don't slip too much before close. Ooh, nice. Charm's super supportive at 75. This is gonna sound dumb, but are puts for tomorrow underpriced? They're pretty cheap. I wouldn't say they're super underpriced, but they're not bad. Did anything not hit a new all-time high today? $3.336 trillion. Huh. Can you do the neat parlor trick where you predict end of day SPX? I like that trick. The wants us around 53.50, which kind of makes sense, but it depends. We can hold 75. There's enough support there. Like 70, 75 has a lot of support. So we'd have to fail this level pretty hard in order for that to be a reality. We do have a lower high on NQ. If NQ keeps failing, there might be some profit taking. It probably needs to fall below like 19,950, maybe 19. Yeah, maybe like 19.9 even. Yeah, I'd say 950, 925. There's probably sellers. VIX is moving up pretty quickly. The perfect close would be right where we opened, so realized vol stays really low. Did you say 5350? I mean, that's where the MM wants it. It's climbing a little bit, but not very much. Maybe by end of day, it's like closer to like 55. Or, sorry, 5450. Sorry. $53.50, yeah, that would be pretty awesome. I'd be okay with that. Mm. Fucking ridiculous. I'm I'm sorry to hear that, Popcorn. Oh, fine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
That's kind of interesting. Oh shit. Oh. Microsoft's still good though. Do you have V-tweet? Mm. Sure, I'm all pretty hard here. I don't know. It's somebody looking at like a green screen or something. It's Bruno from the Encanto movie. We don't talk about Bruno, no, now. I don't know what that is. I've never seen it. He can see into the future? Okay. If you would have adopted these kids, you would have. What about oil, J-Fresh? It's ripping. Hmm.
The micro Gherks love Encanto. Okay. No, I don't need an adoption agency. Thank you, though, Nitu. I'm good. What's this SPX action? Movement for ants. Bulls trying to hold 5480 before they fall into the rest of their long calls. So, last ditch effort to provide support here. They might be successful. They're kind of fighting back against profit taking, though, which is rough. Can we ever go back to a market where overcrowded positions get punished? Someday. Just maybe not today. I just want to go back to a market where when you test a major resistance, you know, you get a pullback and then maybe you get buyers, maybe you pull back to the prior support and then get buyers, versus the current market where you just get buyers and then buyers are like, "Oh fuck, I forgot to buy," and they buy more. And then they just keep doing that over and over again. It's like Todd made his own VIX killdozer. Yeah. I want a market that isn't overweight with mega cap tech stocks. Too bad. I don't trade the Nifty 50. Those Baba Leaps with their Baba A1 basket options. What mean? When you're buying derivatives on a derivative of a Chinese company. Also, a stock market that reacts to the rising dollar and yields. Oh, that's asking for too much. Dude, fuck all of this. This is ridiculous. Yeah, it is. But what are you gonna do? One day ExxonMobil will own the market and will be at war with BP and their funny teeth. What about Shell and their waffles? I'm not streaming in Kanto. I don't know what it is. So we're nudging up against a 4 sigma move instead of a 3 sigma move, or what? I think we're just gonna bounce into the end of the day. Look how much vol bulls sold. They're so excited to be at 54.80. We can't wait to buy more. France will claim eminent domain on Chevron. It's ridiculous. No, I said the Nifty 50. If bulls rolled any of this OPEX's short wall position, like short puts, a bet. What was the exact day of Freg's Day? Was it November 23rd? I think. No problem, good God, pretty nice, man. Is Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple in the Nifty 50? No. Well, we got a lower high, right? But then we got a higher low. Fun. Hindustan Aeronaut? It might be. So is the MM getting wrecked today? Yes. They sold a fuck ton of calls for nothing and got destroyed. That's on SMCI. Seems like a perfectly reasonable price action. It can break Gamma Max. It's still really illiquid, right? Well, the MM doesn't want to sell everything off if there's demand in the market at this level, right? I don't think SMCI is part of the S&P 500 yet. It's still in the R2K. When did it get added to SPX? Hmm. Months ago, it says it's selected to be added to the S&P. But don't they finish the rebalancing like next week, after next week? I don't think it's in there yet. My dude, I don't think GME's going to 1 million per share. No shit. Ugh, you're correct. Not added yet. That's what you get for jumping on my ass. After it should be after this week though. I think SPX is going to 1 million per share. That might be more accurate. When it gets added, that's bullish. No, well, the lead into it being added is usually more bullish than after the rebalancing's complete. Some of you guys are okay. Don't go into the New York Stock Exchange tomorrow. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? You're trying to get yourself on a list? That's how you get on a list. Is that the first on-stream threat? Possibly. So GME dead? I mean, it hasn't lost 25 substantially yet. Chill, guys. I meant SPX is going to 5,600. So mature. God, I hate the internet. Meta stays above 510 close. Back to all-time high. Maybe, yeah. It's got room to run. Joke's on that guy. NYSE went virtual after COVID, just like my port. Kind of really looks like we're going to close here. After repeatedly slamming face first into the top of the bullish range for the day, over and over and over again. The craziest part is we're in a buy, like 95% of companies are in a blackout right now from share buybacks. So this is just pure FOMO. I'm worried we're gonna have ups for SLD. Okay, yeah, that's a reasonable concern. Are we streaming GME Afterbirth? I'm streaming Ryan Cohen's work. Thought monetary policy is restrictive? No. Who's in charge of the Fear and Greed Index? And who put the needle on fear? Oh, that's because of breadth and junk bonds, I think. So nothing. Exactly. Fear of missing out. Uh, some of the 70 calls are pulling back, but not very many. Still a fuck ton of call buying at 54.80. Jesus Christ, Netflix broke 680 already? Yeah, sure, why not? How long till they smash through 54.90? Doesn't it wear out eventually? No, generally like the $10 before another major strike is pretty hard resistance. Nobody ever buys calls there. Like even now, there's more people buying the 5500 call than the 54.95. So you generally get this effect where like gamma will peak at like the 25 strike, the $25 increments, like 20, 50, 75, and then gamma will drop really low before the next major strike. So say like 5500. And so price kind of pushes into here, but then it can't push up. Well, it falls back. It's like a half pipe. Meatball half pipe. Now I want to play Tony Hawk. Nice. When disaster, I mean, it won't matter if we pump enough that by the time the disaster happens, we only drop like $30. Could tomorrow's data be bad enough to get under 5450? Yes. No, tomorrow's data is important. It's probably the most important piece of domestic data this week. Hmm. It's the second test of 55.61 on ES. Or did we come in just short of it? Yeah, 55.60.50. Yeah, charm should still be supportive here. Then it goes negative 70. Fucking Christ. Is closing above 26 worth anything? Sure. Not much, but sure. $25's still a big support level, so it does matter. Groovy 250C still seems very cheap, but maybe I'm dumb. They're not very expensive. The worst thing that can happen on a sold covered call is that your shares get called away at that strike, right? You keep the premium no matter what. No, the worst thing that can happen is the price of the stock dumps and you're stuck holding your shares at whatever price it dumps to. minus the premium or plus the premium. Very nice, Grey Pubes. Made some great gains on SCX calls on Friday. Lost them on puts today. Easy come, easy go. Yeah. I'm a little pissed off here because one of the lower legs of my condors is breached at 75. Shoots, I'm gonna have to manage overnight margin. Do I give a shit?
I guess not. I got banned again on Discord. What? Do you lose chat privileges here? If I type 2 messages, the second one goes red. No, they shouldn't be connected at all. YouTube chat is acting weird for me too. Huh. It's just YouTube. Can the MM not adjust their position throughout the day to make their hedge higher? Yeah, they can. And they do. Their hedge has moved up substantially today, but it's still not at spot. What the MM can't stop doing is making a market where there's demand for that market to be made, right? So even if the MM's hedge did not support this large of a move to the upside, as long as there are buyers and sellers up here, they need to continue to make the market in this range, right? No problem. YouTube chat is definitely acting up. It gave me slow mode cooldown, and I hadn't sent anything. Is there even a slow mode on the fucking chat? Hmm. Oh, that's weird. It's like dipping in and out. Strange. Are they selling 5480p's? They seem underpriced to me, under $1. They're selling every put on the fucking chain. Is EPAM at support here? Hopefully.
Is that the crazy guy that used to mess with the YouTube and Reddit servers back, shutting them down again and rebooting them? Wasn't that the same guy that worked at the car dealership or something? Yeah, I can't remember his fucking. That was like Charlie's vids or some shit, right? You know he didn't, JC. Ah. So they're selling puts to get the short calls to capitulate. Looks like banks are going for 6,000 SPX. That's still a long way off. I didn't know what else to ask though, and the silence is awkward. Fair enough. What's the end game here? Just the US economy distilled into 3 stocks? $5,200 was once a long way off. The same could be said for 3,400. When puts RQ? Bazinga says Nvidia is in bubble-ish territory. We have arrived. SPX is up 6% since March 31st. It's kind of insane. Oh, it's only up 400 points since the beginning of the quarter, right? Yeah, 435 points. It's okay. 10% returns a quarter is normal, right? Right? Ooh, nice. I'm gonna go mess with him. I don't know if the FTDs are out yet. Should be. YouTube keeps silencing me. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe that's why? It's still erroring out. I can't even like change the settings. It keeps like closing the menu on me. Puts on Google? Maybe. Holy shit, the market's breaking. Where are the buyers? Something's wrong. Oil's up a casual 177 BPS and Zom's still drilling. Everybody's selling everything to buy Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia. There are more than 3 red candles on the SPX 5-minute. This is the end of days. Have CTA ranges changed yet? They start dumping a lot sooner, like 5,400. You missed Gaff and PP on Twitter Spaces. I don't know. What's PP? In all fairness, Cherd, I miss all Twitter Spaces because I don't hang out in them. They're the worst. This isn't a Twitter space. Gaff can't play Pickles picks. He's only allowed to buy the SPY. Guys, let's make a live stream audio platform that you can only talk on from your phone. It's the stupidest shit I've ever encountered. Something so fucking dumb it could only be an Elon Musk product. That was a big gap down. That was an interesting move. Now, if we could just drop another $40 right now, that'd be pretty cool. It was a holdover from the old Twitter. It was garbage. It's just trash. Dork, did you ban me? Obviously not if you're asking him. Okay. If we could just slip negative Vana at 5405, that would be excellent. Ooh, Charm's almost negative here. Freaky. They're gonna need to pump this. Why am I? You're not banned. Nobody's banned. The YouTube chat's like fucked up or something. It's just like time restricting everybody for some reason. I don't know. Maybe their fucking ingest servers are having issues or some shit. No, you're wrong. I'm not. I didn't. You can't. If you were banned, you wouldn't be talking to me. No one's banned. Well, Tyler's banned, but nobody else. RC bought YouTube, but he's long Apple. That doesn't make any sense. Come on, NQ. All the way back to VWAP. Let's go. You got fucking 7 minutes. Make it happen. Jesus Christ. What happened to Netflix? Nice bow, Brandy. PP Seeds is that nut job Bobby streamer. Oh, yeah, yeah. Wow, your SPX spreads are perfect. You're doing okay. About a call on Netflix. I'm sorry, Gherk, you son of a bitch. All the magnificent douchebags are tanking. Interesting. Apple back to 215. Poor Apple. Losing all its market caps. I buy one share of EPAM after watching it all day. Immediately drops below 175. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Just giving it all back in the last 3 minutes of the day. The last buyer was found. Maybe just neutral positioning coming in for tomorrow. Hmm. Ding ding. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Oh, that was fucking. That was a decent end of day sell off, I guess. We'll see if it persists in after hours. SPX broke the top, or ES broke the top of the bull range. I originally had it set here at like 55, 57, 75. But we ended up getting a test at like 55.61. So a few dollars, like $4 higher than where I had the initial top set. But remember that these ranges to the upside have no historic precedence, so they're usually going to be like a few dollars off. I do my best to try to make sure that we have some kind of idea of where those ranges are going to exist, but they're not going to be perfectly accurate. Oops. And the daily out here, We broke the long-term trend last week. Got a bounce off support today. Failed to break 5,500, which is like kind of the next major psychological level. And we'll see if today's pullback pulls us back through the prior high at 54.47. If it does, that might be the first sign of a reversal or a top forming. Jesus. It's like everybody got their money back at the end of the day. Like Nvidia closed red on the day. Apple bounced back a little bit into close. Like back above VWAP. What did Microsoft do? Yeah, Microsoft held 448. So those are still, I mean, a couple of those are still very much in their bullish range for end of day. RSP came in very supportive, up 73 points. So did Russell and Dow, helping prop a large part of this move up. So even though the concentration was very high in tech, and NASDAQ did outperform literally everything by a long shot, there was some breadth that came in on this move. Commodities opened further down than they closed, but still down quite a bit on the day, 36 points. We have a move up across the yields. The 5-year back at 4.3. 10-year was at 4.3 a little bit earlier today, but fell back below. I think there's still some demand fallout from the EU bonds, and I think we saw that in the 3 and 6 month auctions earlier today with not too much change in the yield. Actually, the 6 month I think sold at 5.15, so plenty of liquidity there. Oil up 175 points today and pushing back above $80. It's now back in the range where it's crude is additive to inflation. Gasoline prices haven't really dropped at all. Correlation on the 1 month breaking down a little bit into the end of the day, and the 3 month actually a bit, but both of these were at the peak today, massively down. Definitely new all-time lows for both of them, and a lot of dispersion being pushed through, right? And maybe not so much short the vol on the index, which still closed up today, despite all of the shorting, but very much long vol on the underlying. Yen carry trade getting levered up a little bit, kind of slumped with our run to the upside today, but picking back up into the end of the day. We are starting to see the yield curve begin to reinvert, and that's going to put, more pressure on that forward convexity yield of volatility. I think yen at a 157, USD JPY 157.71. Maybe benefited a little bit from the falling dollar today, but not much. The euro rebounded a bit back up to the 107 level. We'll see if that can hold there. I know we have some economic data out of Europe. Yeah, we have European inflation tomorrow morning. And then we have some economic sentiment indexes. We have a gilt auction. And a German 5-year auction. And then those are going to lead into US retail sales and Redbook, which should be pretty important. We also have industrial production before market open, and people are going to be looking there to see if the drop in consumer sentiment noted in the Michigan survey is propagated out into the more quantitative data. Bond volatility is still elevated, despite the continued move down in correlation. So, bonds are not really in agreement with the continuous upside in the market. Tail risk hedging is near all-time lows, so not a lot of tail risk there. Still 32.4% of the S&P below its 20-day moving average. So even though we did get a bit of support in breadth today, it wasn't much, right? Breadth overall is still bleeding quite a bit. Correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures is getting very close to positive again. This might be the closest it's been since November of 2023. Yeah, I think it actually is. At negative 12.34%. It's still the beginning of the week, and we could see correlation move more negative. But we are approaching the VIX futures expiration, and so that'll be rolling over, and that'll probably, if we're going to get more negative correlation, we'll probably see it after that, which will be Wednesday, well, Tuesday, because of the holiday. Fed fund futures actually priced out about 0.65 cuts for this year. Not, I don't think really based on anything. We didn't really have any important data today, but yeah, the Fed speakers that did speak today were fairly hawkish, and so that might have pulled back bets on additional rate cuts this year more. Remember that the Fed speakers are going to be really divided throughout this like speaking period before the next blackout, because right now you've got 4 presidents that are voting no rate cut. You have 7 that see maybe 1, and then you have 8 that see maybe 2. And so between the doves and the hawks, it's a little bit more weighted towards the hawks. And we might get some surprises out of those 4 presidents that don't see a rate cut, right? So keep an eye on Fed speakers and make sure you know when they're talking throughout the day, because that could be pretty important. GME, I mean, Cohen said he's doing work or something, which led to the stock immediately getting shorted. I think he complained a bit about inflation, and then the stock just tanked. It did get shorted. There was a drop in liquidity, and there was a bit of arbitrage brought to bear there, but whether we see that arbitrage get covered right away or if it has a significant impact on the stock is hard to say. We do have support at 25, but Vega risk at this level is almost non-existent, and we're getting a lot more sold calls at 30, right? And those sold calls are going to start to walk down and continue to pressure vol down and price down. When VIX 10, well, it's interesting is they're not really getting VIX down very much, right? Like, look, VIX is moving up in after hours again. So they're putting all this work into pushing VIX down, keeping VIX down throughout the trading session, but now it's, kind of falling apart. And it looks like the SPX is already backtracking a bunch of its gains for today in after hours. Anyway, yeah, so some VIX longs might not be a bad idea here. Remember that they are mispriced, so make sure to pay attention to that. Options on VIX futures are probably a better place if you want direct exposure to VIX, or Vega on indexes. That tends to be a better place to get exposure than just buying calls on VIX. But calls on VIX are cash settled. I mean, it just, if you're buying them near the money, it's not that bad. Just remember you're paying for a lot of intrinsic value that isn't there, which is shitty, right? Because the assumption is that vol will be mean reverting, and it will return to the $16 level at some point. So the MM's pricing that into the contracts. Anyway, that's it for today. Thank you guys so much. I hope you all have a lovely evening, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later.